Folks, good morning on this Sunday morning. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing alongside the Polderbaan where we see an A330 from Delta ready to take off. Loudens en Mats, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the stream, fellas. It is cloudy, it is windy, it's also a bit chilly. Wind is blowing from the northeast at the moment. These airplanes take off in northerly direction. Renate, hello. Ria, good morning, goedemorgen. Carlos Rivera, good morning. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I notice I'm already struggling a little bit with my hands being a bit frozen from setting up. I'm glad that I brought my gloves and my hand warmer along. I already noticed that my fingers are a little bit stiff. Hopefully it gets better. One of the two hands is already getting warmer. As we see this Embraer 175 from KLM taking off. At the moment it is still cloudy, but if I zoom out you guys can see this is pointing to the north where the weather is coming from, and if you look in the distance you can see that the cloud base is already starting to open up. We are expecting more sun later today, the next couple of days. It is expected to be becoming sunny and for the first time somewhat spring-like, although it is still cold. At the moment, runway 36 left where I am standing at is the only runway in use for departures. Runway 06 is used for arrivals. At the time I was setting up, it was also the only runway for arrivals. Now wind is blowing from the northeast, so if it gets busy, I wouldn't be surprised if runway 09 will also open up for departures. At the moment this is still the only runway in use for departures, so at the moment all outbound traffic is still coming to this runway. Hey there Laurens, hey there Marcin, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Rotation for this Embraer. Meanwhile, more traffic is underway. Take this moment to switch my hand warmer over to my right hand, which is still completely frozen. Hey there Jerry, good morning or good night for you. 9 hours time difference if I recall correctly, so it should be around midnight over in Portland. Stephen C, good evening. How's life in New Zealand? Now we have a CRJ that is taxiing to the threshold, but it seems that this Embraer is going to take off first in front of us. Doing a turn and burn, a rolling start. Meanwhile, the CRJ is already lined up at the threshold. Lufthansa. Now I'm noticing that I'm already experiencing a little bit of difficulty with following the airplanes and operating the zoom rocker. My right hand is still frozen from every still frozen from setting up, being exposed to the wind. I actually don't feel my fingers yet. That's a bit difficult if I need to operate the zoom rocker. You can see that there's crosswind from the right as the airplane is pointing to the right a little to compensate for the wind. It is actually quite windy. The latest weather report says 16 knots. Meanwhile, at the threshold there is a KLM 737 ready to go. During the last takeoff I was trying to warm my hand, my fingers as well. Hopefully I'm able to operate the zoom rocker a bit better. I do think I feel it. So that's an improvement. Yesterday I was doing some testing. It was raining. I was doing some tests in the rain. The crackling that was audible on last Friday's stream, I think I was able to resolve. In the end, I think it had to do with the microphone being put through the opening, the mic opening in the front of the rain cover, and for some reason it caused interference. Now I'm also experimenting today with a new positioning of the pen handle, and I'm not yet completely convinced of if it is better than what I did before. So we have another Embraer coming, and there is a 737 currently taxiing to the threshold. And let me have a look. Seem to be having a little bit of difficulty with power supply turning off and on. Hopefully it stays on. So one thing I did notice yesterday was that my laptop USB ports, one of them at least doesn't seem to be able to charge my laptop, although it does function otherwise in terms of data transfer and also being able to charge my phone, so charging downstream, so to speak. But I will have to contact the Apple Store and see if I can have it fixed, which might mean that I have to bring in my laptop and not be able to stream for hopefully not too long. So that's something I am a little bit concerned about, is that the repair might take longer than I would like to, but at the moment I only have one port that allows me to charge the laptop. And as it is still under warranty, better have it fixed sooner rather than later. Don't know what caused the defect. But if one port goes, maybe the other one might also go. Hence the early stream. I found out yesterday, so I figured if I do an early stream, then I can get in touch with the Apple Store later today and also inquire if I do need to bring it in for repair, how long it might take. Now, fortunately, I am getting some feeling back in my hands and fingers. Maxime, good morning. Wendy, good morning. Line check, good morning. Milan asks why I'm not standing at a different location, because he's irritated a bit by the red-white containers. Well, I think that this is one of the best locations to also see the traffic that is taxiing this way from the main platform area. It's hard to stand at a different location and not have the red-white boxes interfering with the field of view. If you stand at the regular Spottersplatz, you won't be able to see the traffic coming this way from the main platform area as you can over here in this shot. And if you stand further down to the threshold, not even sure if it's allowed because there is a fence before the dike that you need to cross and go there. I did see that Bart from V1 Aviation did do a stream from over there once, but I don't know how he got there. Maybe I should ask him one day. But the thing is, this is the most optimal location in my book, apart from the red-white boxes, of course, because they are annoying. But for outbound traffic on the Polderbaan, this is the best place, I think. Spencer Edgard says, try performing a battery reset first. So how would I do that? Because what I read, it is an M1 MacBook Air, and from what I read, you reset everything by just resetting the laptop. And well, I did try that a couple of times before, and that didn't seem to have done anything. CJ, good morning. Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who haven't said anything in the chat but are watching, welcome as well. So, we're waiting for the next traffic to come this way. It's going to be a 777 from KLM that is going to fly to Paramaribo. It is still taxiing towards the runway, so it's still a few minutes out. In the meantime, one of the fire trucks sounded the siren. Don't see any activity other than what I just heard, but there is a truck outside. I haven't seen them do their patrol yet, so we might see them depart and do their daily round around the runway. Usually 3 trucks back to back. Other than maybe them just testing the siren. CJ says it looks cold there. Well, it is. My hands are frozen actually from setting everything up, because connecting the wires and stuff, you do have to do that without gloves on, and you are exposed to the wind over here. If you guys, well, you see the windsock already, and if I also show you, there is a little water here. Definitely some wind going on. You're exposed to the elements over here. Again, we are expecting sun. You can see that the cloud base is opening up already. I'm now pointing to the north. Wind is from the northeast, so basically this is where the weather is coming from. Later during the day, they predict sun. You can see from the smoke of the electricity plant in the port area of Amsterdam. Wind is blowing this way from over there. There are a few spots of blue sky between the clouds here and there. It is expected to open up further, and the rest of the week is promising to be very sunny. Here you can see some spots of blue sky between the clouds already. Meanwhile, the 777 has just come around the corner. And that's what I was talking about. You can see the airplanes approach from the main platform area to the runway very nicely from over here. Mafas asks, where is this, bro? Well, bro, this is the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, 36 left. Not the main Spottersplaats, that is a bit further up the runway. The main Spottersplaats, which you can also look up on Google Maps, is over there. And you arrive there if you go by car via a crossing, and you need to turn left then. But if you go straight ahead, when you reach that crossing, you'll end up at a little roundabout. Let me show you. The little roundabout, well, you cannot see it because I'm standing a bit lower. It is a bit more elevated, but here is a little roundabout. You can see the light poles, and well, basically just walk into the grass field that I'm standing in a few meters, and then you'll end up at the location that I'm currently standing at. So here is the KLM 777 that is outbound to Paramaribo in Suriname. It is taxiing to the threshold at the moment, so it's still a minute or so out. If I pan to the right further, we see a vehicle that looks a lot like one of the bird controller vehicles. They always drive in pickup trucks. Let me see. This is zoomed in the most. Looks to be one of the Schiphol Scarecrows, the bird controller. I think I do see a K on the side of the vehicle, if I see it correctly, K4. checking to see if there are any birds, to chase them away so that no bird strikes take place. I think we have 4 vehicles. Bird controllers have several tools at their disposal to get rid of the birds. One of which is a flare gun. We've heard them setting it off a few times already during previous streams. They also are able to sound noises of birds of prey, the natural enemies of the birds that typically flock around over here at Schiphol, and hopefully chase them away like so. So I noticed that following the airplanes gets a little better now that I have some feeling back again in my fingers. I'm also experimenting with a different positioning of the pen handle, because I very much like my new tripod, the Sachtler Ace. But the downside of this tripod is that the pen handle only attaches to the right hand side, and first of all, I am a lefty, but depending on whether you need to pen to the right or to the left, with my previous tripod I changed the position depending on which way the predominant movement was. Hey Rick, goedemorgen, good morning. So in Leeuwarden, in the north of the Netherlands, the sun is already out. As I was saying, wind is coming from the northeast, and you guys could already see that the cloud base over here in Amsterdam is starting to open up. It is expected to get sunny here as well later during the day. Rick already basking in the sun, working on his vitamin D levels. Hey Phil, good morning. I'm very well this morning. A bit cold still, but otherwise I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well as well, my friend. So, and I see that Paul Jack from Tasmania is also checking in. People from the other side of the world. Awesome to see so many people from so many places around the world tuning in. So as I was saying, I am also experimenting with a different positioning of the pen handle. As you cannot change the length too much, it is always difficult when you do panning that you don't bump it into yourself, the pen handle that is. And yesterday I thought, why not try to put the pen handle in front of the camera or on the other side of where you are standing, so that you basically move the camera around from the other side of the tripod head itself. It takes a little getting used to, but I think it has the potential to work better than what I was doing before, with the pen handle also attached on the same side as I was standing. Oh. position. I'm looking around to see if I can hear the bird that is making that noise. Don't know. I don't see the bird, but it makes a very distinct noise. Now, I'm no expert in birds, so I have no idea what kind of bird makes a sound like that. So yesterday I was doing some testing in the rain. It was still pouring yesterday afternoon, trying to get rid of the crackling. It was still present initially when I was trying to put the microphone through the hole in front of the rain cover, and although there is no metal that might cause interference or anything, it did still crackle. What I did next was try to not put the microphone through the hole, just leave the opening for the microphone open so that sound was able to reach the microphone, and that did remarkably well. I did a few test recordings and listened back to it, and it seemed to do the trick. But I'm not sure if maybe the USB port issue with one of the ports not charging might have to do with exposure to moisture. As far as I could tell, nothing got wet during testing and during the rain streams I did so far. But you never know with electronics, of course. They are quite sensitive. Might also just be bad luck, but it is definitely worth being more careful about. Now, I'm still not entirely satisfied with how the tilt is going at the moment. I'm thinking maybe I should raise the pan handle a little. Oh yeah, I remember what I was doing differently yesterday. Also had it outward a little further. Okay, let's see if that works better. Steve J says, thanks for streaming, you're welcome. Nice to start the Sunday off with a little stream. I'm also trying to readjust the alignment a little bit, as it seemed that I was setting up a bit crooked. Now, I also did some testing with the crackling that we were experiencing earlier, and I did change some sound settings in the camera, the attenuator, which basically meant that I had to turn up the camera volume in the microphone volume in the camera. There's no preamp or volume settings on the microphone itself, so you can modify the volume of the microphone within the camera first of all, and then also further downstream with the switcher that I'm using. And by having the attenuator on, which generally lowers the volume with 20 decibels, that means that you have to crank up the volume in the camera more, and that means that any crackling or noise gets amplified. So I turned off the attenuator, which meant that I could also lower the volume in the camera. As I was setting up just now, I thought I still heard some crackling, but it didn't seem to be as severe as it was before, but doesn't seem to have resolved completely. I do think it is a microphone issue, so maybe at a later stage upgrading the microphone is definitely very, very, very high on my priority list. Steve J asks if it is raining. It isn't. It is cloudy, but it is expected to open up actually in the north of the country. Rick Meester lives in the north. He already mentioned that the sun was out over there. The wind is blowing from the northeast. That's basically in this general direction, and if you look in the distance you can already see that there is some opening up of the cloud base. We are expecting sun, in fact, later during the day in all of the country, although I believe that the south is getting the sun only at the end, around the end of the afternoon. And 254 Flight Sim just became a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. Steve J says sound is very fine. I'm very happy to hear that. Meanwhile, we are seeing a 777 from United taxiing over here. I saw that my power cable was a little loose. So yeah, still not completely out of the woods in terms of technical things, but step by step, hopefully things get better. We are also seeing an Aer Lingus Airbus. And it is already past the entrance to the runway in front of us, so it is also taxiing to the threshold. Before it gets there, this 777 from United will have to take off first. So let's have a look. Algernon Sour Gravy, good morning, welcome to the stream. So if we look at flight radar, we are seeing that this is United Airlines flight 71, a 777-200ER, and it's outbound to New York. This airplane, 25 years old. First flight September 1997, so it is an oldie. You can see there's crosswind from the right, it drifted to the left a little, and you see it has to point a little to the right to compensate for the crosswind. Meanwhile, this wind is causing my eyes to tear, and also the Aer Lingus Airbus is already at the threshold, ready to go. Has to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate, but that will not take too long. This Aer Lingus A330 is outbound to Cork, 15 years old, first flight November 2007. Meanwhile, another KLM Embraer taxiing to the threshold. It is an Embraer 190 and it is outbound to Trondheim. I might hear the sound of an airplane in the distance spooling up, so I'm thinking maybe runway 09 is now also open for business. More and more openings in the cloud base. So we are expecting more sun later in the day. I can confirm that 09 is now also open for departures. Quickly switching my glove, my hand warmer from the one glove to the other. The Embraer to Inverness, coming straight ahead, taking off right in front of us. It is an Embraer 190, KLM Flight 923, the airplane 14 years old. You can see it's drifting to the left a little. Wind is from the northeast and these airplanes take off in northerly direction, so there is crosswind from the right. But the clouds are gradually opening up more and more. Finally, a bit more calendar conform weather. Michael Painter, good morning. Great sound today, no crackling. I'm very happy to hear that. I wasn't sure if I heard some crackling as I was setting up and was monitoring everything over my wireless earplugs. Hey there, Paul, good morning. Hope you're doing well there. Now, today's highs are expected to be around 10 degrees centigrade, so 50 or so degrees Fahrenheit. At the moment it's definitely not yet so warm. The wind is also blowing violently, so it is actually a bit chilly over here. Glad that I didn't tuck away my gloves and hand warmer too far away yet. In terms of the temperature, spring is still not yet arrived, has not yet arrived. So this SkyTeam liveried 737 is going to come this way, and it's a 737-900 outbound to Glasgow. 21 years old, first flight in June 2001. 1. Quickly back to the camera and the glove on. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to come out here. The weather gods coming to the rescue to provide some, well, hopefully some warmth. You can see it is starting to open up a bit more. The sun also peeking through one of the holes in the clouds. And the next airplane to come this way, another 737, by the looks of it still in the old KLM livery. You can recognize that by the straight line demarcation between the blue top half and the white bottom half. The newest livery has a more curved demarcation. Looks like it's also coming this way. This is a Boeing 737-800 outbound to Copenhagen, KLM flight 1127, 15 years old, first flight January 2008. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen, good morning. Looks like we'll have to wait a little bit for the next plane to arrive. That also gives me a few moments to change my laptop USB cable, because it keeps falling out. So if I turn it around, my laptop did fall from my lap once as the cat was trying to cross over me, and one side of the USB connector got a little loose, and I had that side in my laptop and it kept slipping out. So I figured if I turn it around as I have just now, then the straight side is connected to the camera, to the laptop, My laptop tent still blows back and forth a little bit because of the wind, and I think that caused the USB cable to slip out, and now it should be good. So if you look in the ticker, you can see the latest weather that I had available before going live. It says that the wind is coming from 050 degrees, so that's northeast, 15 knots, but variable between 010 degrees and 90 degrees, so basically between north and east. 9999 is the visibility, which means basically 10 kilometers. And then it says something about the clouds broken at 1400 feet. Temperature 3 degrees, dew point 0 degrees, QNH, that's the pressure, 1019. And the clouds are becoming scattered at 1500 feet, which means that the cloud base is opening up and it starts to get visible. The sun is getting out. But the temperature, the air temperature, just above freezing, 3 degrees centigrade. That is, I think, 36 or so degrees Fahrenheit. Below 40 at least. We're still waiting for next traffic. Let me see if Polderbaan is still open. It is still open. It seems that most of the outbound traffic now is going to runway 09. But we are expecting outbound traffic to North America that typically starts around 10, 11 o'clock local time. So I think in the upcoming hour we are going to expect heavies that are going to cross the Atlantic, and they almost certainly will come this way as they have to go to the west. So, as we say in Dutch, it is de stilte voor de storm, the quiet before the storm begins. The proverbial storm, that is. In the end, there's no more activity over at the fire station. There was one fire truck out earlier that sounded its siren, but at the moment it seems that everything is locked up again. The windsock now moving in a different direction, although you can see that it is still from the north, but also from the east. Although earlier it was blowing more, well, now it's in the same direction again. Yeah, so in that sense the weather update is still current, that the direction of the wind is variable. We're still waiting for the next traffic to come this way. And let's have a look at flight radar. Still no sign of new traffic coming this way. Although I do see a few heavies active on the platform. They don't seem to be on the move just yet, which doesn't mean that they will be soon enough. Just gives me a few moments to switch my hand warmer again to the left hand glove. Still very much necessary to wear gloves over here out in the open. That is the downside of standing in the field like this. You're always exposed to the wind throughout the time that you're streaming. You can get cold quickly, particularly when you also are susceptible for cold hands. Now if I look at the platform on flight radar, I do see that an A330neo from Delta outbound to Salt Lake City is active, but it still appears to be on the gate, at the gate. It looks like a 777-200 from KLM outbound to Quito is starting to taxi. Seems to have... It's no longer at the gate and seems to have already been pushed back. 777-200. Now Quito is in South America, so that's definitely an airplane that is going to taxi to the Polderbaan for departure. Although flight radar doesn't say that it's moving just yet, but rest assured that that one is going to come this way. Also, once the A330neo from Delta outbound to Salt Lake City gets pushed back, it also is going to come to the Polderbaan for departure. You can also see that there is other traffic, narrow bodies, but that's all. Europe, Copenhagen, Berlin, well, those are destinations to the east or to the southeast, so these are more likely to depart from 09. So there's a little break at the moment, little peace and quiet, gives me time to update the METAR and also the current runway usage. Max van Dam says we are probably waiting for the rush with planes going to America. Exactly, they typically begin departing between 10 and 11 a.m. local time, so in the upcoming hour I am expecting the heavies outbound to North America to come this way. And ZK Aviation asks, which runway are you at, mate? I am currently standing alongside the Polderbaan. That is 18 right / 36 left. Currently being used for departures into in northern direction. So as 36 left. And I'm standing not at the official Spottersplaats, but a bit more to the southern threshold. At the point where taxiing traffic is coming from the main platform area. I also updated the ticker with the latest meter. And with the latest update of runway usage. Definitely some movement visible in the background. Planes are on the move. The 777-200 outbound to Quito is taxiing. Now runway 18 center, 36 center is still closed for maintenance. And last week Schiphol also announced that because of the bad weather and low temperatures over the last period, the expected reopening was delayed. Was expected to reopen around mid-April, but now they are striving for a reopening in the first week of May, I think it was, when there's also a holiday here in the Netherlands. So the airplanes normally can cross 18 center, 36 center midway, come directly this way, but because that runway is closed for maintenance, the airplanes taking off from this runway have to taxi around the runway. So if you look at flight radar, you can see that the 777 to Quito is now taxiing to the south. It will then have to go over the or has to cross the threshold on the south side and then taxi back up again. Max asks if there are any good spotters places at runway 0624. There used to be an official spotters plaats back in the day, but that was before they closed it and started building logistics companies and buildings over there. You can spot airplanes at the south side of the runway. There is a little area, an area of grass where you can also walk towards, park your car a bit further away near the end of the runway, but you have to stand in a grass field as I am doing over here. Parking is not very easy over there, but there is a location. Let me see if I can look at Google Maps, tell you where you need to be. And there's also at the Schiphol area itself a little location where you can also go to, but you have to be careful. I was told by Bart from V1 Aviation that the douane, or no, the marechaussee is patrolling often and sometimes also chases people away because it is right next to where the heavies, the cargo heavies are parked, so you're really close to the platform itself. If you go to Google and you go and you look for Beach Avenue, Beach as in the company that also makes the airplanes, BEECH, and Avenue, and it's written as one word, there is a corner that goes to the Kruisweg, and in that around that corner you can also enter the grass field and walk towards the southwest side, the southwest threshold of runway 0624. That's also where a lot of spotters stream and photograph from. And on the other side of the runway, if you look at Toekanweg, so the bird, Toekan, It is to the north of runway 0624, in between the A4 highway and the runway. There's also a corner and there's a parking lot next to it, and there's a company called Mac Power, according to Flight Radar, and Swissport Cargo Services is also nearby. If you look at Google Street View, there's a fence over there, and well, you can look through the fence and then you're just right next to the cargo planes that are parked on the north side of the runway. Of course, the cargo area is on both sides of the runway, and the north part is right over there. Now, Doors Player was already saying that the KLM 777-200 is coming. As I was saying, it has to taxi around the runway threshold of 18 center, 36 center. It has turned around the corner. You can also see that there's a 747-800 active on the platform that is going to Hong Kong. So if that's going to get on the move, it's also going to come this way. You can also see that there's a KLM A330-200 outbound to Sint Maarten that is also starting to move. So if you need to go to the bathroom, do it now. If you need to grab a fresh cup of coffee, do it now, because in a few minutes there are heavies going to take off from the runway over here. Now, and even though there's no action taking place at the moment, if you are liking the stream so far and you haven't done so already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Make sure you turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a heads up and can join us once again. If you have the time for it, of course, and if you are feeling like it. It also helps me greatly to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. First up is going to be a 777-200 from KLM outbound to Quito. Will be coming around the corner in a few moments. The 777-200 that we see approach right now is going to be followed by a Boeing 737-800 from KLM outbound to Oslo. And number 3 is going to be the KLM A330-200 outbound to Sint Maarten. There's also a Dreamliner following it, but the sign on my phone says question mark destination, but if I click on it, it says Bogota. That's a 7879 Dreamliner. So things are picking up again. Time to unlock the camera tripod and go back to the camera. As you can see, the sun is starting to come out more and more. The cloud base is starting to open more and more. Past weather visible over there. But if I look in the direction of the wind, you can see things are opening up. So we're in for a treat. The 777-200ER to Quito, 16 years old, first flight was in 2006. The 737-800 following it is also 16 years old, first flight in April 2006. The A330-200 is also going to come around the corner in a few moments. The 737 is still too far away. It's not going to skip the line because the 777 is already turning onto the threshold. So let's go to there. Meanwhile, the 737 has lined up at the threshold. So after the wake turbulence of the 777 has dissipated sufficiently, it's going to get the green light to take off. Lights are on. It's moving. Yorkshire Biker, good morning my friend. Hope you're doing well, mate. Meanwhile, the A330-200 outbound to Sint Maarten, turning onto the runway. And more is underway. So the 7879 Dreamliner to Bogota that we see at the threshold, 7 years old, first flight March 2016. Happy to hear, or at least to read back, that there is no crackling. And the only thing that I found out yesterday, that if you tune in later you guys maybe missed, is that one of my two USB inputs on the laptop is malfunctioning in terms of not being able to charge the laptop. If it is just bad luck, or if it maybe has to do with exposure to moisture, I don't know, but I have an M1 MacBook Air. It has two USB-C ports, and one of the two doesn't work when it comes to charging the camera, the laptop itself. So it functions well otherwise. It charges downstream, so I can charge my phone via the laptop. It also works in terms of data transfer, so being able to stream at the moment is also not an issue, but it is something that of course I need to have fixed at some point, particularly as I bought the laptop last year and it is still under warranty. Hence today's early stream, so that I can get in touch with the Apple Store later today. Now the only thing that worries me is that I have to bring it in for repair, and that I am going to not be able to stream for a while. So hopefully, if it does need to go in for repair, they can do it in a few days instead of having to wait a few weeks before getting my laptop returned. It's not an emergency repair, of course. I am able to charge my laptop via the other port, but if one port has gone, you never know if the second one might also give out. Meanwhile, it is getting more sunny by the minute, and we are seeing 3 heavies coming this way. The first one, the A330-900 Neo, outbound to Salt Lake City, Delta Airlines flight 57. New airplane, delivered in April 2022. The second airplane is a Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, outbound to Houston, brand new, delivered in June 2022. And the third plane is another 777. It's 777-200 ER, outbound to San Francisco, and that is the oldest of the three, 19 years old. First flight was in November 2003. Doors player asks, which camera and lens do you use? I have a Canon XA40 camcorder, so it doesn't have separate lenses as system cameras or mirrorless cameras do. Everything is contained in one camera. It is the Canon XA40, very much like the camera's performance. That was the A330 Neo, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful sound. Also a much sleeker appearance with the instead of the angled one, the straight angled ones from the old type. Hopefully, yeah, I have a few moments to switch my hand warmer to my right hand because my fingers are getting numb. That's the hand I use to operate the zoom toggle switch. It is still just a few degrees above freezing at the moment, and the wind is blowing quite fiercely, so I'm still very much reliant on gloves and my hand warmer in order not to freeze over here. Although I'm sure that if you are sitting in the sun out of the wind, it can be very nice at the moment. But over here, at this time of day, it is still very much cold. You can see that there's crosswind from the right. The wind is blowing from the northeast. These airplanes take off in northerly direction. So crosswind from the right. A lot of the airplanes, just after they rolled and took off, you can see them drift to the left a little. Then they start compensating. Henky says, awesome stream, boy. Thank you so much, my friend. I'm doing the best I can. I'm just happy that apparently the crackling is now over. So changing the sound settings in the camera did the trick apparently. And it took a little getting used to, and I'm still sometimes struggling a little, but positioning the panhandle bar in front of the camera, as I have done now, makes for potentially better following of the airplane, because before the panhandle and me sometimes bumped into each other, and now I'm basically manipulating the camera from in front of the camera which means I can stand much closer to the camera and also not have to get out of the way of the panhandle to make the almost 180 degree turn that you have to make. May not seem that way if you're looking at it on a screen from your computer, but you basically each time an airplane takes off have to do an almost 180 degree turn, and the panhandle was in the way and now it's in front of the camera. I always use a rubber band to also smooth out any shakiness that you might introduce, or at least try to minimize it as much as possible. It takes a little getting used to. I'm not saying I have it fully mastered yet, but I was doing some testing at home yesterday evening and all of a sudden it dawned on me, hey, why not try this? So I did it, and at home it seemed to work. Now wind is also a factor, as it is blowing a little bit. Particularly when you have the rain cover over the camera, makes for a much larger surface area for the wind to get hold on. I'm fortunate that the camera I have is relatively sleek and nimble, but wind is also affecting the subtleness with which you can move the camera. I'm sure that in an indoor environment you can get things even more smooth. It's always beautiful to see those Dreamliners and the way those wings curve upward as they rotate and more weight gets put on the wings. In the meantime, we are seeing another A330 from Delta turning onto the runway threshold. And a quick peek shows me that it is going to Seattle. A330-300, 7 years old, first flight October 2015, Delta Airlines flight 143. Airbus from Aer Lingus is on the threshold. We already saw the one that took off to Cork, and the other, this one, almost logically has to go to Dublin, and it is. Still waiting for the wake turbulence, but the lights go on, so clearance was given. And you can see the sky is getting bluer and bluer. It is opening up as was predicted. So not only Rick can bask in the sunlight in the north of the Netherlands, but we over here in the Amsterdam area can also enjoy a little sun. A few more planes are underway, and maybe the EasyJet will go first. There is another A330 from Delta taxiing towards the threshold. It's almost there, but I think this one will go first. Now it seems that another airplane is going to skip the line in front of the A330, because to the right of me an Embraer is already entering the runway. Sorry, it's a 737, my bad, I thought it was a Embraer. K1 bird controller passing in front of us. The Ant-Man asks if Schiphol still has the outdoor observation deck on top of the terminals, and they definitely do. In fact, one of the retired Fokkers from City Hopper is placed there, so families with young children go there, because the children will probably love the airplane that is on display over at the panorama deck. I think you can even enter into it. Not sure if it's a Fokker 70 or 100, but it is one of the Fokkers that isn't a Fokker 50. I'm still a bit cold over here. The wind is quite strong, although not stormy, but you are fully exposed to it all the time over here. Now folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, also if you're not new to the channel but you are liking what you're seeing, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up. You can join us once again if you have the time for it when I go live, and it also helps greatly to help me reach more people like you and me who are also into aviation like you and me. Right, so there was a bit of a lull before, but the heavies are definitely coming this way. Let me have a look at the current runway usage. Is 09 still open? Well, it seems to be so, but of course all the outbound traffic to the United States will be coming this way. Here's another one. It is an A330-300 outbound to PDX, Portland, Oregon. It is taxiing to the threshold. Meanwhile, in the distance, there's another big jet coming this way. If I zoom out a little, I can see that this one is a 787-10 Dreamliner outbound to LAX. Currently taxiing to the threshold is Delta Airlines flight 179 outbound to Portland, Oregon. 16 years old. First flight was December 2006, and the 787-10 that you see right now, 3 years old. First flight January 2020. Let me turn around the camera towards the threshold as the A330 is turning onto the runway. Now, last Friday when I was out on the other side of the runway for the arrivals on Polderbaan, there was this one guy who asked me about a Cathay Pacific Queen and where it was from, and because the audio was not very well that day, people in the chat heard me say cafe with an F instead of Cathay with TH. Of course I said it correctly, but you guys did give me an idea. If ever there is to come a second tier of membership after the Aurora Sky Lounge, it will be called Cafe Pacific. So thank you guys for a good laugh and also a great inspirational idea. If there's ever going to come a second tier membership on this channel, Cafe Pacific. Alright, so KLM flight 601 outbound to LAX. Still a, what is it, 9 or 10 hour flight ahead of it. So tonight, for the people over here in Europe, you guys might see this plane land if Airline Videos Live or LA Flights is doing a stream later today. I'm sure one of the two will probably. So you guys can see its arrival in at LAX later during the day. Now here is a Ryanair 737. I think it was outbound to Dublin. SBDTL already mentioned. Johan NL says, took us 10.5 hours from AMS to LAX. So, if you guys are curious to see if the airplane made it in one piece, tune in what is it? Late tonight here in Europe. Rotating quite early and what looks to be a rather steep ascent. And off she goes to Dublin. Now you guys can see the difference between now and half an hour ago and an hour ago. Things are opening up nicely. Temperature still not that high. Highs are expected to be around 10 degrees C or about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but it's definitely nowhere near that warm just yet. Mrs. Freddie Mercury, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Jesper de Vries, good morning. So, let's see. Currently taxiing this way is Delta Airlines flight 161. It is an Airbus A330-300 outbound to Minneapolis. She's 19 years old. First flight was in September 2003. She's being followed by another CRJ-900 from SAS outbound to Copenhagen. This SAS CRJ, 15 years old, first flight January 2008. I can see that there's also a 737 from Norwegian outbound to Copenhagen following it in the Unicef livery. So no grumpy man on the tail, but the Unicef logo. The Unicef 737 is 12 years old, first flight was in May 2010. The Norwegian 737 is going to be followed by a KLM 737, also an 800, outbound to Budapest, KLM flight 1973. 15 years old, first flight February 2008. First up, Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis, A330-300. And we might see the CRJ go first and taxi towards the entrance over here. We'll have to wait a little, but we'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, if you're liking what you're seeing and you're new to the channel or not so new, if you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It greatly helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. It also allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a notification. And if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us once again for more bustling action over here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. And as the A330 is taxiing towards the threshold, it seems that the CRJ is coming this way. So let's have a more closer look at her. This is going to be a rolling start, a turn and burn. It is. So in the meantime, the A330 behind me is set up at the runway threshold, ready to go. Obviously it doesn't have to wait for a lot of wake turbulence to dissipate, as it was just a minor jet that took off in front of it, and it's already spooling up. I find myself looking particularly at the landing gear when these A330s take off, after we've seen a couple of them already in the last couple of streams that didn't retract the landing gear right away because of heating issues and first needing to air cool the brakes, or the landing gear, I think the brakes. So this is the Norwegian Unicef livery, special livery, so I'll keep a close eye out for the tail. No grumpy man this time, but the Unicef logo. I think we also are going to see the bird controller pickup truck coming to the scene if I look at the birds that are also around the runway already over there. Little hard to see the logo, at least on my camera screen with the backlight. In that sense, filming in the afternoon when the sun is on the other side behind us and illuminating the livery from the other side is more optimal. You have to make do with what you have. And I'm already happy that it's not raining and that the sun is out. Meanwhile, the next 737 is already at the threshold and it is already going. And at the moment, taxiing to the threshold is an A330 from KLM. No, it's not KLM. It seemed to be KLM. Is it KLM? Let me skip the camera ahead a little, have a look at flight radar. No, 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 no. This was not KLM. This is SLM. Airlines. Off to Paramaribo. A330-200, 12 years old. First flight September 2010. From a distance it looks like KLM, but it isn't. Very interesting. Let's have a closer look. So it looks like a KLM that got painted over, and they were cheap on the paint and only made a few adjustments. A few stripes and getting rid of the logo. That seems to be it. Now the wind is still relentlessly blowing over here, causing for some vibrations. Meanwhile, more action. There's an Air France Airbus near the threshold, and there is another CRJ from SAS, and we also have a triple and another A330 coming this way. I'm seriously behind on reading up on the chat. My apologies for that, folks. I will have a look at all the messages that you guys have sent to the chat if I have a little moment for it. As I even though we could follow the airplanes for longer because the visibility allows me to, it is getting a bit busy. So it was the proverbial stilte voor the storm, as we say in Dutch, or silence before the storm, literally translated. I'm sure in the English language there is an equivalent saying for it. Wind is still blowing from the northeast, you can see it. Crosswind from the right, so after takeoff roll, they do have to turn to the right a little to compensate for the wind. The standard instrument departures, all of them from this runway. First, climb in the runway heading and then bank left or right depending on where they need to go to. Alright, gear is retracting. No issues there. For now, there's a 737 and there is an Embraer following it, and that seems to be the end of the current slew of traffic back to back, so that hopefully allows me some time to catch up with the chat, because I think I'm seriously behind in reading all the messages. Lights are on. Also need to change hand warmer from right to left again, because now my left hand is starting to feel numb. Really hope that the temperature is going to go into the high double digits quickly, because Lord knows I'm ready for it. Last plane for now, and then there is a little break. Undoubtedly more planes will come after this one, but they're no longer back to back, so that allows me some time to catch up on the chat, have a sip of water. I'm dehydrating through my nose. That is, as you guys probably know by now, and otherwise you'll have noticed by now, it always runs with low temperatures. Now if I look to my left, it seems that there is a Queen coming this way. If that's true, it's definitely good news. Okay, the Embraer is rolling. Right, well, let's have a see. It is in fact a Boeing 747 that is coming this way. So, don't have a lot of time. First of all, hand warmer in warmest setting. And quickly to my left glove. Oh, folks, sorry so much for being so late. E. Peterson, thank you so much for this extremely generous super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry I'm so late with noticing it. It was a little busy, back-to-back action over here. I see Evan also donated a super chat. What is up, sir? Top of the morning to you. Well, top of the night for you, my friend. Once again, night owling after the evening shift, I guess. I'm doing well, other than being a bit cold and having a runny nose, but that will get better as hopefully the temperature will also get better. Ralph Gerard says, nice stream, mooie beelden, ga zo door. Nice stream, beautiful images. Please continue the way you are. Thank you so much, I will definitely do that. Bayerischer Schweitzer is asking if this is filmed inside security zone or if the canal is like the fence. Well, most of Schiphol is basically fenced by water. So this is the only fence basically between the main the actual area of Schiphol and yeah, the public domain, so to speak. So if it starts to freeze, you can basically just walk onto the area. And Christian Alderholtz already replying and confirming that. Man, I'm running behind on the chat. Sorry for that, folks. Ruhe vor dem Sturm in German. Exactly, literally the same. Of course. Calm before the storm, Yorkshire Biker says. Calm before the storm. I knew I heard it somewhere, but I couldn't get it. I couldn't remember it. Calm before the storm. Alright. Folks, again, apologies for running behind on the chat. I see that Ina has also joined us again. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Hope you're doing well. Now, quickly back to the camera because the Qatar 747-800 is about to take off and I don't want to miss a single moment of it. And nor do you. For some strange reason, it says diverting to Chicago while its original destination was Doha. How on earth did it lose focus while zoomed in so much? That was a first. So diverting to Chicago, originally destined to go to Doha. That's like saying I need to go to New York, but I'm diverting to Tokyo. doesn't make sense. Sure, there's a reason for it. Meanwhile, yet another of Delta's A330s has lined up at the threshold. This one is going to go to New York JFK. It's an A330-300 Delta Airlines Flight 47. 7 years old, first flight January 2016. And I see two Dreamliners coming this way. One is from Air Europa to Madrid, the other one KLM to San Jose. Now folks, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. Make sure that when you do, to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future you receive a notification, and if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, can join us once again. It also helps me greatly to reach the many more people who are into aviation that are still out there, who, like you and me, like content like this as well. Now last week I also introduced the Aurora Sky Lounge membership for those of you who wish to support the channel in another way than super chats or whatever. Don't feel in any way that you need to become a member. You won't miss out on anything, although when I do get more subscribers and members, I imagine that at some point it's going to get so busy that I will start introducing members only chat on some of the streams if the membership base is big enough. But the streams themselves will be publicly accessible for everybody. I won't skimp on that, start doing less. Now, are we seeing an aborted takeoff here? We have seen this before. Was it not also with a Delta Airlines A330 that we saw this happen? Does anybody remember what the registration was? You almost begin to wonder if this is the same aircraft. So it's probably going to taxi off the runway. So this is the second time in 2 weeks' time that we are seeing an aborted takeoff from a Delta A330. Yep, turning off the runway over here. Interesting developments. Yeah, exactly, Aaron, last week as well. So you almost begin to wonder, is it the same vehicle? Is it the same aircraft? Let's see what it's going to do. Meanwhile, the Air Europa Dreamliner is already at the threshold, ready to take off. So let's go back to the action first. But I will let you guys see what is happening with the A330. Last time around, the A330 stood still for 20 or so minutes, then proceeded to go back to the threshold, and in the end took off without any issues. So let's see what happens there. Air Europa outbound to Madrid. And despite the relative close by destination of this airplane, still a normal takeoff roll. I did hear less RPM than you normally would, so it was derated more than it normally is or would be. Meanwhile, the next Dreamliner, if I recall correctly, this one is going to San Jose, ready to go. If I zoom out a little, you can see also the other planes lining up. We have EasyJet, and we have TUI, another Dreamliner. For those of you tuning in later, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boyd. This is runway 36 left, the Polderbaan. These planes take off in northerly direction. The prevailing wind is blowing from the northeast. So there's crosswind from the right for these airplanes. Now, at the time of the start of the stream, it was still overcast, but in the meantime, and this is where the wind is coming from, it has opened up nicely, which is also expected for the upcoming week. Sunny weather, although temperatures are still a bit low. The A330 here still standing and not going anywhere. Temperature was around 3 or 4 degrees centigrade last time I checked, so that is just below or around 40 Fahrenheit. The highs of today will be around 10 degrees centigrade or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. No more precipitation for the next week. Also, the weekend into Easter is going to be sunny, so we are expecting spring-like weather, although the temperatures not yet so. Now, if only that pesky wind would subside a little, it would be much more comfortable. It looks nice, but you have to know that I'm fully exposed here to the elements. You can see the wind is still blowing, and the wind chill is real. I have to operate the camera with my gloves on, and also, oh, my bad. I thought it was a Dreamliner from TUI, but it is a 767. Awesome. We haven't seen those yet in today's stream. Quickly have a look. It's going to go to Lanzarote, 767-300ER. She's 23 years old and a true millennial. First flight January 2000. But as I was saying, I'm still operating the camera with gloves on. I also have a hand warmer that I have in my glove, exchanging it from left to right and back again to keep my fingers from getting fully numbed by the cold. So let's see, we've had an A350, we've had several A330s, we've had an A330neo. This is the 767. What are we missing? Well, we haven't seen 757s yet. Yesterday when I was testing over here at this exact location in the pouring rain, I did see an Iceland Air 757 to Reykjavik take off. But we haven't seen any 757s in the stream of today yet. We also haven't seen any bananas yet, or the DHL A300s. We haven't seen a classic 747 yet. We have seen the new one, the Qatar 800. A380 of course, obvious, Erwin. Hey there Frank, Midden-Limburg. Be patient my friend, the sun is also coming your way. Rick was having it the first in Leeuwarden. Now here in Amsterdam it is getting sunnier. According to the weather forecast that I saw yesterday, they said that the sun was going to come out in the south of the country only at the end of the afternoon. Hopefully you guys will see it sooner. The upside of course with summertime now back again, that it is still light until, what is it, 8 o'clock or so, 8 p.m? I think around 8 o'clock or so. Now for those of you unfamiliar with summertime in the Netherlands, when we are approaching the longest day of the year, around the 21st of June, here in the Netherlands, the sun sets at a few minutes past 10 p.m. So as the days lengthen, more opportunity for live streaming in the evening will also occur more frequently. Also the weather will be warmer, so definitely something I look forward to. Now the A330 still standing still, and another A330 is coming this way. That is from KLM, an A330-300, KLM flight 535, outbound to Kigali. I know that's somewhere in Africa, and it is in Rwanda, if I see it correctly. So, the A330 to Kigali, 10 years old, first flight was in January 2013. And meanwhile, Delta 47 outbound to JFK, still standing still over here after they didn't take off but took the first exit, leaving the runway again. Meanwhile, the A330 to Kigali is almost near the runway threshold, so I will turn around to the right for that in a few moments. Delta A330 took notice. KLM showing how it's done, how you should take off. Still waiting for, yeah, that was the puff of brake dust, so the gear is retracting. Now, I asked a question before and maybe one of you guys can tell me, because I don't think I ever read an answer in the chat, but the issues that you see when those A330s have overheated brakes and they first have to keep the gear down for it to cool enough for it to be able to retract. I never recall having seen that happen with other airplanes than with the A330. Is anybody out there who has seen it also happen with other airplanes than the A330? Because as far as I can tell, I've only seen it happen on A330s. Just something I was wondering, and maybe you guys know, maybe some technician or somebody who knows more about this stuff. Is it something A330 specific, or is it just coincidence, and does it happen as well with other airplane types? With Boeings, for instance, or other Airbuses? Meanwhile, I was taking a sip of water because earlier I said I was going to take a sip of water, but then I didn't. Now, meanwhile, we see another A350 coming and more planes behind it. The A330 is moving by the looks of it, and it seems to be taxiing back to the gate. Or is it? No, it's going to take off. So we will see the A330 first, and then we will see the A350 from Singapore Airlines outbound to Singapore. The A350, 6 years old, first flight April 2017. There's a Vueling A320 to Barcelona, also coming this way, and a Dreamliner from United, if I recall correctly. Yeah, outbound to Chicago O'Hare, 7878. But first, the second attempt to take off from Delta 47 to JFK, A330-300, 7 years old, first flight January 2016. Now, the downside of the sun being out during this time of day is the backlight. Oh, and the A330 is pulling up already. issues with the engines, but what about the landing gear? Will it retract immediately? It seems to be the case. Well, if anybody was listening to ATC and has some more background information about what happened there initially, I think we'll all be happy to learn more. Now let me quickly turn around to the threshold because the A350 from Singapore Airlines is turning onto the runway. And aren't those A350s beautiful? Large aircraft, but the sleek appearance of a business jet. I think the same goes for the A220s, of course originally Bombardier C series, but so here's an A320 from Vueling. If I remember correctly, it's going to go to Barcelona. And after that we will see a 777 from United. And if I remember correctly, that one is going to go to Chicago. See that runway 06 still in use for landing. So for those of you tuning in later, this is Amsterdam Schiphol Airport, AMS Live, the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. Departures on an ever more sunny Sunday. Wind is blowing from the northeast. These airplanes take off to the north. Wind is coming from this direction. Quickly back to the threshold because the triple is also already lined up. It's probably going to take off in a few minutes, a few seconds. And did I say triple? I meant Dreamliner. I'm running low on caffeine. I only drank some coffee before going out, so my brain is not fully woken up yet. Now, although the sun is out, it is actually quite chilly at the moment. I am shaking a little because you're constantly in the wind over here, and the temperature is just a few degrees above freezing, 3 or 4 degrees centigrade, so that is high 30s Fahrenheit, and it is pounding relentlessly. So next up is an actual 777, a 200 ER outbound to Toronto, KLM flight 691. 17 years old, first flight was in February 2006. Now Lisa F says cargo looks 747 12 minutes out. That is interesting. But that's an inbound airplane, I guess. Because I don't see any 747s on flight radar on the platform active at the moment. Is another Delta A330 to Boston. That is active. There's also a United 777-200 outbound to Houston in the Star Alliance livery that I also see on flight radar. They're not on the move yet, so don't expect to see them just yet, but they are active on flight radar, so I guess they will get pushed back soon. Then of course they still need to taxi over here. Aaron already says 747 inbound. Well, if there's no traffic taking off over here, and I do see something in the distance landing on the Kaagbaan, of course I will see if I can show you guys. Now from over here you don't see a lot of detail on the airplanes that are landing on 24 because you are relatively far from the main platform area. For those of you unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol, in the meantime I can quickly show you. The main control tower is visible in the distance. That's also where the terminal building is and the other runways are. Because this runway is so far removed from the other runways in the main platform area, the Polderbaan has its dedicated ATC control tower over here, because air traffic control would not be able to see everything from over there. Even with binoculars it would be difficult, and if it's a bit foggy or hazy, then you don't see anything at all. Now all the airplanes that are destined to go to the west initially climb in the runway heading, which is to the north, until they reach the North Sea Canal, which is a canal connecting the North Sea over to the west with the inland water nowadays called Markermeer. The water passes through the port area of Amsterdam and also through the city of Amsterdam, where it's called IJ. Once these aircraft reach that canal, then they will start making a left-hand turn to the west and leave the country approximately in the area of what is it? What's it called again? No, not Beverwijk. That's more to the north. Wijk aan Zee, I think it is. Where also Tata Steel is situated. So it's now over that canal. Now making a left-hand turn to the west. And leaving mainland Holland. So at the moment no more traffic is coming this way immediately. We will have to wait again a bit. I think runway 09 is also still open for departures. Let me have a look at the app. Okay, well, the app that shows the current runway usage says that only 36 left is now open for departures and that both 36 right and 06 are used for arrivals. Apparently it's getting a bit more busy with the arrivals, so only one runway in use for departures. Boeing 7879 says that the Delta A330 from before is #1 tracked on flight radar. Interesting. Curious still to find out what was wrong that they didn't take off initially. So, regarding inbound traffic, I can't give you an impression of what you can see from over here with regards to traffic that lands on runway 06, the Kaagbaan. We are quite far removed from everything else. So zoomed in maximally, this is the most I can show you from traffic landing on 06. There's no way that I can show you traffic that lands on 36 right, because it is on the other side of the airport. And as you can see, you can just about make out the aircraft type. You can follow it because the trees are not yet fully in leaf. That's probably not the right expression, but they still don't have their full foliage on, is what I mean to say. So then over here approximately is where the runway begins, but there is a farm or something that stands in front of it. You are able to see the planes in advance quite well. Here's the next airplane. But it's hard to make out any more details. You can basically see a silhouette. Although probably you guys on the big screens at home can see things better than I can from over here on my 3-inch camera screen. So if a 747 is going to land on the Kaagbaan, I will be able to pick it up and show you. but expect not much more than a silhouette. That is the downside of being at the polderbaan here. You don't see much of the activity that goes on elsewhere at the airport. Now an A380 you would be able to see much better, 747 as well. In the meantime, no new traffic still. Looking at flight radar, there is a 737-800 outbound to Manchester that is coming this way. And there are a few other aircraft on the go, one of which is a TUI 737 MAX 8 to Tenerife. I think that might also come this way. So let me turn the filter into inbound, see. Okay, so I see that the 747-400 inbound is going to runway 06, now number 3 or number 4, so that's definitely a plane I will be able to see far ahead and follow it land, which I will do. I will first apply the outbound filter again to flight radar, so that I'm also able to see what is coming, if something is coming, and when it's coming. Dick, enjoy the rerun of the Formula 1 race. It's been a blast having you around again. I will undoubtedly see you again soon at one of the next streams. Enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend, and enjoy the race. And I'll see you soon, if you're still around, that is. If you haven't left already. Now, as we are still waiting for traffic to come this way to depart, let me turn around the camera already, because the 747 that is going to land will become visible soon. Too bad that the grass over here is wet, otherwise I would be doing some jumping jacks or something else to keep a bit warm. I think I see the 747 already. I think that's it. I'm zoomed in maximally now, guys, so unfortunately I won't be able to show you more detail unless I would enable digital zoom and use it, but that only makes for poorer video quality, so I won't be doing that, but this is the most I can show you with optical zoom. But on bigger airplanes like the 747, even though it's still a silhouette only, you are able to make out a bit more details just because of the size of the aircraft. cranes in the background. A lot of building taking place. If they are still able to do that. Now you can only make out the tail, and here it vanishes behind everything in front of it. In the meantime, we are seeing the first plane in a while coming this way. It is a 737, if I recall correctly. It was outbound to Manchester. Now, let me see, is my hand warmer giving up? It starts to get cold, or did it just switch off? I think the latter happened when it was in my glove. Good moment for me to also switch to the other hand with the hand warmer. Put it in my glove so that at least my hand gets a little warm, and by that also the fingers. 737 looks to be coming this way, taking off in front of us. Aaron Paul says, try to spot Easter Bunny now, Polderbaan. Well, it's not Easter yet technically, so don't know if the hare is already in the country then. I mean, Sinterklaas comes to the Netherlands from Spain 3 weeks before it is Pakjesavond, but I don't know how soon the Easter Bunny is already in the country. Hand warmer is starting to get cold again. I think the battery might have run out. Now, I thought I saw a bird on the buildings over here, but I guess the bird has already flown away. You sometimes see little falcons over here, but today, thus far, I haven't seen them. Also, no ducks or other birds in the water. Did see a few birds along the runway more towards the threshold earlier, but I think the bird controller might have chased them away. Haven't seen any birds in a while over here today. Daniel says the pass house is not here yet. Yeah, those Easter bunnies, typically late arrivals, just in time. So yeah, there is more traffic underway. although it's no longer back-to-back as it was before. Michael G. Kelly says, love these turn and burn shots. Thanks from a sunny day in Waterford, Ireland. My pleasure, my friend. It's one of the reasons why I chose this location, because you are able to see the airplanes take off right in front of you. Although the red white boxes are a little obstructive, if you will. But you will also see them if you stand 100 meters to the left or to the right, regardless of where you're standing. And bird controller K1 just passing in front of us. Also, the bird controllers appear to have it easy today. We haven't heard any fireworks being set off by them, because as I said before, there haven't been a lot of birds yet, today at least. So, another 737 making its way over here. My guess would be that it's going to do a turn and burn in front of us as well. Seems that it's coming this way. And I can also see heavies on the way, coming to the runway we are standing at. The 737 we see right here is going to Stockholm. It is 22 years old, first flight September 2000, and there's a 738 MAX coming from TUI, another A330 Neo to JFK from Delta, and a United 777-200 to Houston. But first, the 737 over here. You can see there's crosswind from the right, wind is blowing from the northeast. These airplanes today take off in northerly direction, hence there's a bit of crosswind. I do feel that the temperature is warming up a little. The wind is still relentlessly blowing, so the wind chill is still very much real, but temperature is increasing a little. Still in the single digits centigrade over here. Today's high is going to be around 10 degrees centigrade, so that's approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Current temperature, I think 4 or 5 degrees perhaps, as my hand warmer has died on me. So no use in keeping that in my gloves then. Time for me to do some rehydration. Currently we are looking at the A330 outbound to JFK. I will turn the camera to the right in a moment to see the Boeing 737 MAX 8 that is outbound to Tenerife from TUI take off the 737 MAX. 4 years old, first flight January 2019. This MAX is now turning onto the runway. Now, last time I saw a TUI 737 MAX take off, it also made a ever so minor tail strike on rotation. You had to watch very closely to see it. I didn't see it initially. One of the viewers told me it happened. So subtle, but this one, no issues. And another A330 retracting the landing gear normally. No time to waste. Meanwhile, 737-900 outbound to Gothenburg from KLM on the runway. 18 years old, first flight, April 2004. If I look on flight radar, I can see that there are two more heavies coming this way and an Embraer 175. So don't go anywhere. I know I won't. More underway. Also lovely to see that there is an aircraft making a turn. Contrail, not straight but curved. And what a joy it is to be able to see contrails in the sky again after so much rain and cloudiness. Here in the Netherlands, the next week is promising to be sunny. So I'm definitely looking to go live again tomorrow, probably in the morning. For those of you who are able to join. And I think Tuesdays and Wednesdays are always days that I'm unable to stream. I think this Thursday as well I have other obligations. Probably Friday will be the next available day for me to do live streams again, after tomorrow, that is. Also, I will contact the Apple Store after I'm done streaming and I get home again to inquire about the USB-C issue that I seem to be having. Not sure if it is bad luck, physical damage, or maybe despite all the precautionary measures I took while testing and live streaming in the rain, maybe water damage. As far as I can tell, everything stayed dry, but you never know with electronics. One of the two USB-C ports doesn't charge the laptop anymore, so I only have one port for the laptop to charge on. It does function normally, otherwise I'm able to do live streams right now and it doesn't seem to be giving any trouble. I can also charge downstream, if that's the right term for it. So if I connect my phone to my laptop over the set USB port, it still charges my phone, but receiving charge from the charging cable works only on the other port. Now if one port goes, maybe the second one might also give out, and that's why, given the fact that the laptop is also still under warranty, I will see if I can get it fixed. But the downside is I need the laptop to do live streams from, because my old laptop doesn't have a, what's it called, Thunderbolt or Firewire or something. Anyway, my switcher needs one of those connections, and if I need to bring my current laptop in for repair, that means that I will not be able to do live streams on my old laptop because it lacks the required connector for the switcher. Then again, what needs to be done needs to be done. But I'll first inquire to see if there's still anything that I can do. And if it does need to go in for repair, I will inquire how long it will take, and if I can get it in at the beginning of the week and have it back by the end of the week, that of course would be the most ideal for me. So let's see. So there's a Dreamliner from United taxiing to the threshold. It's being followed by an A330 from Delta. Right, move the camera ahead a little bit, I can tell you a bit of background information. The United Dreamliner is a 7878 going to Washington. 8 years old, first flight June 2014. The A330 from Delta, outbound to Boston. A330-300, 6 years old, first flight January 2017. I'm inclined to say that the wind actually seems to be picking up instead of slowing down, which is typical because yesterday the weatherman said that we are increasingly under the influence of a large area of high pressure, so having so much wind you don't typically see when there's high pressure forming over the country. Maybe and hopefully it's going to subside in the coming hours and coming days. For now it is relatively windy. Hopefully you guys are still having no issues with the sound in terms of crackling. Did some extensive testing yesterday here on the same location that I'm standing at right now. Yesterday afternoon it was pouring with rain. I was testing some things mostly related to the sound. Filming a departure, recording it, listening back and tweaking the volume levels, comparing it with earlier streams. I think both the shotgun mic and the voiceover mic were set too high back then. Meanwhile, I see Jerry was so kind to give me a super chat. Money for repairs. Thank you so much, my friend. Hopefully I won't be needing it for repairs. I will save it up for perhaps upgrading the microphone if it is still troublesome. But my MacBook I bought last fall, so it's still under the 1-year warranty. So hopefully I won't be needing money for repairs, and hopefully I can just... Oh, I thought incorrectly that the airplane I was planning to was going to take off first. But I was wrong. Now there is an Embraer 175 over here. Also to the right, a BA Airbus has just rolled onto the runway threshold. So I will have to see which one will take off first. think it might be the BA. So let me quickly turn around the camera. But I'll keep both airplanes in my view. It seems that the Embraer to the left is not moving, so I think the BA Airbus will go first. Yep. Meanwhile, I can hear that the Embraer is taxiing onto the runway to the right of me. There she is. You can almost see what the pilots are doing. Although I think I am at least 50 meters, if not 75 meters away from the runway actually. Camcorders can zoom in quite a bit. I think it is equivalent to approximately 600 millimeters in 35 millimeter equivalent. You can see if I zoom out maximally just how far into the tele range of the zoom you need to work with when you're standing here. Meanwhile, an E2 Embraer 195 spooling up, taking off. Also an airplane type that we saw a rejected takeoff from not too long ago. But not this one, not today. Now, my hand warmer has run out of juice, so I am relying on my gloves only to keep my fingers from freezing. I imagine that at some point, not too distant in the future, my hands are going to get numb so much that I think I won't be able to continue the stream for much longer. For now, I'm still good, but I also saw a super sticker from Erik. Thank you so much, my friend. Now, as you see in Ecamm Live, the app, the program I use for streaming and also for looking at the chat, it doesn't show a picture but a description of what the picture, the super sticker looks like. Something I learned quickly enough, but the first time I saw that I thought, okay, and what is in a quote or whatever, but in YouTube it looks like a picture, and Ecamm Live describes the sticker. Meanwhile, another E2 Embraer is looking to come this way. The lights are on. It is going to take off. So far we haven't seen 747-400s taking off today. Bit of a shame. Only one Queen, and it was an 800. The one from Qatar diverting to the other side of the world vis-a-vis its original destination. In the meantime, another Airbus from EasyJet, ready to take off. A319 off to London Stansted, and it's a 13-year-old airplane. First flight October 2009. Now, I'm curious. As someone who has chronically cold hands whenever it isn't room temperature, and also a runny nose, but that's beside the point. I was looking on the internet not too long ago for gloves. I was also looking for gloves that are both gloves and mittens in one, where you can flip the mitten part open and closed and also operate a laptop, for instance, with your hands, but then when you're done you can flip it back and it's like a mitten. Used to have those when I was doing a paper round back in high school. Now, I also came across gloves that have hand warm functionality built within them. I think you need to plug it into a USB port or whatever. Now, my power station still has two available USB ports, USB-A ports, so I would be able to plug them in, assuming that the cables are long enough for me to also operate the camera. Is there anybody out there who has experience with USB hand warmer gloves? And if so, what's your experience been so far? And Chriser90 says you should try those bags you put inside gloves that keep warm for several hours. I did look into that, but those are single-use devices. So instead, what I did was buy an electric hand warmer. This is an Okupa hand warmer, and you can charge it via USB. It is set to last for several hours. I have the biggest capacity battery. Don't know exactly how many amp hours or whatever it was, but they should last you a couple of hours. And unfortunately, in practice, they do run empty sooner than that. I did charge them fully before. I did charge it. I only have one, so I have to change it between gloves. It is not the longevity is not as advertised. They advertise that you would be able to use them an entire day, but that definitely isn't true. Tony says, hete kruiken achter je jas stoppen maakt hele jas warm. Well, that's a very good suggestion if that were the main problem. But the main problem is that my hands are getting cold. That's always the thing I have suffered the most from. I can go out in the winter without a jacket on, as long as I have warm gloves, then I'm still good. But unfortunately, your suggestion will not resolve the hands from getting cold, but it is a very good suggestion. Thanks for thinking along. Meanwhile, we are seeing more traffic coming this way. And Frank asks the temperature here in Amsterdam. I think it is maybe 4 or 5 degrees centigrade at the moment, so not too warm yet. The high of today will be approximately 10 degrees centigrade, but it definitely isn't so warm yet. First plane that we see taxiing over here is a 777-200 long range from Air Canada, outbound to Toronto. The airplane, 15 years old, first flight was in January 2008. It's being followed by 737-700 from KLM, outbound to Edinburgh. 13 years old, first flight November 2009. By the looks of it, more small traffic is coming this way. The third airplane we see is an Embraer 175 from KLM, outbound to Gothenburg. And that is 5 years old, first flight January 2018. So after the Air Canada triple, we've seen a few narrow bodies from KLM. If I look, I can see that there is another Dreamliner coming this way from TUI, 7878, outbound to Punta Cana. That's going to be next after this Embraer 175 has departed. Tried to show it, but the airplane, the Embraer passed so quickly you probably didn't see it in the background, but it is taxiing towards the threshold as we speak. More traffic is following it. Let's see what's coming. Looks like Airbus. The flight radar says it is an A320 outbound to Madrid from Iberia. Hey there, Goosey, that's a very good suggestion. Latex gloves. Inside the usual gloves, another layer of skin. You know, that's something I haven't really thought about, but that is actually a very good idea. Definitely something to try out next time I go out for a live stream. I think I also have them still laying around in my shed, so although the downside of using latex gloves is that operating the laptop, operating the phone becomes a bit more challenging. Now I also take off my gloves every now and then if I need to do something on the laptop or the phone. Unfortunately, that's something you still have to do occasionally, and I imagine that will become more difficult if you try to put on an additional layer in the form of latex gloves, although I do believe that it's going to be effective for blocking the wind more than regular gloves would, so that's definitely something it will help for. Yorkshire Biker says silk glove liners also work well. Jeff Hendricks says they also make cotton liners to put in bigger gloves. I do have some running gloves from Mizuno, very thin, but actually I did try putting those on and then regular gloves on in a different context, but I wasn't too enthusiastic about the effectiveness. I think something like nitrile or latex would provide better insulation from the wind. Again, I think operating the phone and laptop becomes more difficult with it. that's something at least worth trying out. And of course, the other thing is praying that we'll soon get warmer temperatures so that it's no longer an issue for the next couple of So that was Iberia Express. What is coming next? Let's see. I think that's going to be the first A330 of the day, Air Baltic. We haven't seen any of them before today. Together with the A350s, I think these are now the most aesthetically pleasing non-business jets that are out there. Meanwhile, an Embraer 175 from KLM is taxing to the threshold. That one is going to fly to Aalborg, but the A320 that we see right now, the A330-300, is going to fly to Tallinn in Estonia. The airplane, 1 year old, first flight September 2021. You can almost see through those engines. I think these are one of the highest ratios of bypass currently in use. Maybe together with the engines that are on the E2 Embraer 195s. I think both airplane types, this is not my field of expertise by any means. I thought I read somewhere that both used geared turbofan engines, so even more fuel efficient and quiet. I think they are also using them on the A320. Now, from what I understand, these are more technically advanced engines, and as we have seen with the large amount of E2 Embraer 195s from KLM that are still grounded, apparently also susceptible for technical issues. And it was a slow start, I absolutely agree, and that was why I was also stopped talking, because as Jeff remarks, it was a weird sound that we heard. For a moment I thought it was going to abort the takeoff, not spool up completely. Don't know what happened there, but it sure was remarkable. In the end, nothing turned out to be wrong by the looks of it and by the sound of it, at least. Well, if you compare what the sky looks like now with the beginning of the stream a few hours ago, night and day difference. Wind hasn't subsided yet. Let me have a look. Okay, there's another batch of airplanes taxiing this way. still underway. Taxiing up along runway 18 center, 36 center. Dreamliner outbound to Chicago O'Hare and 2 Embraer 190s from KLM. A few more minutes before they'll arrive. So yes, Jerry, more beer. That sounds like a very good idea. See that I'm also live now for almost 4 hours, so let me also quickly go into the app of my phone provider. It seems that I am still within the initial allowance. Let me increase the data immediately. So that's 2 more gigs. Let's do that again. Should be okay now. I have unlimited data, but the initial allowance is only 10 gigabytes, and you can update that in 2 gigabyte increments via the app for free, but you do need to take that into account and think about it in time, otherwise the stream will end prematurely because there is no data left. So there's a whole slew of airplanes coming this way. 3 initially, then 1 separately, and then another 4 are coming this way. A lot of them heavies. I am going to stick around for all of them, but then I will wrap it up for today, because as I said before, I still have to reach out to the Apple Store, see if there's something I can do with regards to the USB port, or if I need to bring it in for repair. So the first 3 planes are now taxiing towards us. In front, a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM outbound to Chicago O'Hare, 2 years old, first flight December 2020. It's followed by 2 Embraer 190s from KLM. First one is going to fly to Hamburg in Germany, 12 years old, first flight August 2010. The second one is going to fly to Newcastle, 13 years old, first flight March 2010. But first, and now taxiing to the threshold, a 787-10 Dreamliner from KLM outbound to Chicago O'Hare. As it is already near the threshold, it's time to focus the camera towards it. Meantime, the next batch of airplanes is also making its way over here. More heavies underway. I'll give you the details in a minute. The separate plane behind the three is also coming closer by, and the two Embraers 190. The first one already lined up, the second one waiting for the first one to depart. So let me have a look. Planes we saw approaching: American Airlines to Philadelphia, Dreamliner 7879, and a triple from KLM behind it. Now there's also a 737 coming to the entrance of the runway over here, but this one is going to take off first. 737 using a fair amount of runway. The polder run is long enough, no issues. Can take as long as they like. Right. Meantime, the first of the heavies has lined up and spools up. Hey, Roadhog also tuning in. Little late to the party indeed, my friend. After this little batch of heavies, I am going to wrap it up for today. But not before we've seen the heavies take off. Now this is the last of the heavies that are currently at the runway. There are more planes, but those are all narrow bodies. I am going to wrap it up after this airplane, ladies and gentlemen. So I already want to thank all of you who joined me today for tuning in once again. I've had a blast. Hope you guys did enjoy it as well. What's a better way to end a stream than with the roar of GE90s passing right in front of you. So once again, everybody who tuned in today, thank you so much for tuning in again. Everybody who was so kind to give me some super chats and stickers today, I want to thank you guys as well, each and every one of you, so much. Support you guys are giving me is heartwarming, and I really appreciate it. I will be live again tomorrow, probably in the morning. It's promising to be another beautiful sunny day. I think the wind is expected to stay from the northeast, so most likely same time, same place approximately for another live stream tomorrow. If you guys are able to make it, I'd love to see you all again then. If not, then hopefully I will see you all at another live stream in the not too distant future. For now, I want to thank each and every one of you once again for joining me, and I hope to see you all again soon. Enjoy your weekend, enjoy your Sunday, stay safe, and bye for now.